Stream Elements says. Dice Baggery is now live streaming art. Vtuber draws fake Pokemon Crytures TTRPG. Stream Elements says. Good evening.
Ah, what is this? Hello, everybody. Brave is not supposed to be on the screen right now, but now it's gone. That's okay. Hey there, everyone. This is Dicebag, artist, game designer, world builder, and occasional VTuber.
Cat with a mouse says.
Cat.
When Pony's away, Dice will play.
Yeah, I guess so. Ponies, I don't know what they have to do with dice, but I guess that's true. How's it going, Cat? What have you been up to? We are gonna be designing a new creature this time. One that I have neglected. So yeah, that's the stream. I thought about doing some weapon designs again, but I'm like, I really need to do this. This one specifically. Let's see.
Cat with a mouse says. Took my brother out to dinner today. Had a great time.
Ah, yes. Good, good. I had Chinese with the family earlier this week. Was that yesterday? I think it was yesterday. Yeah, it was yesterday. We do that occasionally. Of course, Mom doesn't like Chinese, so the rest of us have to just get it to go, and then we bring it back and sit around eating. Wonderful. But I was off work, so that's nice. This is my second day in a row off. Awesome. So yeah, we're going to be designing the work of man. And the music is getting kind of distracting. I don't know how...
Cat
it's
with a
always
mouse
really
says,
loud for me.
In my family, I'm the one who doesn't like Chinese.
Yeah, I don't know how exactly Chinese the Chinese place in town actually is, because they have like chicken nuggets and stuff. But they also have rice. So I guess that makes it Chinese. Yeah, the work of man here that we're going to be working on. This is an artificial mythic creature. So he's going to be a construct that the artisans here are trying to recreate. That's kind of one of their main goals. So I'm just gonna kind of doodle up some ideas and hope one of them is good enough to run with. I have a general idea, but nothing like seriously fleshed out. So I'm really procrastinating on putting any lines down here, but let's see. Let's start with like kind of a dome head, because I kind of want him to bear some resemblance to the Clayman creatures, but be more like menacing and souped up, and of course much larger. He's gonna be a big one. So we're just gonna kind of put some stuff down and run with it. Let's go with like a domed head, and it'll have like the same kind of eye going on. Kind of like so. And we might scrap these designs as I go and just... Well, more likely I'm probably not going to make a bunch of different designs. I'm just going to like tweak and manipulate this one until I get it a way that I like. That's usually how it works. So we'll see how this turns out, but hopefully we'll have an actual design for it by the end of the stream. Maybe if we get some people in here, we can actually talk about, like, the West Marches type of campaign that I'm trying to put together. Getting people to freaking play is like pulling teeth, which is the main reason I did the whole...
If this creature is artificial, wouldn't there be harsh angles or joints going the wrong direction?
I wouldn't say that. He's somewhat mechanical, but like with Clayman, like he's not like fully mechanical. He's like partially magical, you know? He has the limbs that aren't really like they're cartoony. They're like wiggly, you know? Anyways, we have our dude for size comparison. And this might actually be kinda big. I kinda hate him just looking at it right now. We're gonna have to do some major changes in the process. I think I preferred the boxy body. But yeah, getting players for the freaking thing is always like pulling teeth, which, as I was saying, is why I started the solo campaign.
This means wacky waving inflatable tube man limbs.
Not necessarily wacky waving inflatable tube mans, but let's see. Where does Clayman be at? Like you can see, his joints here are not like mechanical, they're just... He just has a solid mass that moves. Because he's magical. He ain't restricted to mechanics. That said, I probably want him to look more mechanical than that. But we'll see what I can come up with. And it'd probably be good to, like, I don't know, I'm gonna do what I can to, like, make him as menacing as possible. Which means we're probably gonna have to do some adjustments from what we're doing right now, because this looks a little bit on the goofy side. Maybe shrinking his head down would be a good idea. Make him a little less cartoonishly proportioned. Wait a second. We want the eye to be the same size.
Kohate says, "What is up, McGamer?
Go ahead. How's it going? We are working on the work of man right now, coming up with some designs. And maybe talking about the campaign I'm trying to get together. I might have to sell some people on it because I don't have too many takers yet, and we need a good amount. I'm not entirely sure what this guy's gonna look like. I don't have a strong idea in my head, so I'm winging it and just putting stuff down on paper to see what I can come up with.
Cat with a mouse says, "So far on Discord, you got me and Patty interested."
Yeah, we got you and Patty. The point of a West Marches style campaign, though, is to have, like, a stable of players that can kind of rotate or out depending on availability. And just kind of do things episodically. You know, We don't need this guy at full opacity here. So basically, Kohat, we're going to be running Crytures XCOM. And it's going to be like a player-driven campaign where the players decide where to go and what to do, and then I basically just run the world and generate most of this stuff on the fly. Let's see, this should probably be more like, eh. Basically, if you've watched the solo campaign, I'm going to be running it kind of like that. It looks like for this guy, I'm just going to put as much claimant in him as I can, and then we'll tweak him to be more menacing. I think that'll be the way we go for the work of man. I'm gonna keep tapering his waist down until he looks beefy. Let's give him like a belt or something. Although really, he's kinda... What am I thinking? He might be a little too big. I hate drawing freaking legs, especially cartoony ones. What if we give him like something like this?
Cat with a Mouse says, my group's D&D campaign is episodic in structure. Each session has lasted, on average, about 2 hours. But we always hit a good story beat at the end of each session.
Right. Yeah, with the West Marches type of campaign, you're generally not going in with some kind of specific...
I love it when men work LFG.
You're not going in it with some kind of specific overarching plot or anything like that. Typically. Some people do, apparently. But you're basically forming a plot on the fly, more or less. That looks awful. Okay, let's structure this out. I am open to design suggestions on the work of man, by the way. I came into this with no idea what he would actually look like. If y'all got references of what you think would look cool, throw them my way. We're definitely gonna soup the guy up a bit, so he doesn't look quite so cartoony.
Kohate says, dude, I love Chinese. Cat with a Mouse says, have you considered Robbie the robot from Lost in Space?
Robbie the robot, that might be a good one. He's a little on the cartoony side, isn't he? At least the older version. Have you seen like the movie remake they did? I had a freaking toy of Robbie the robot from that movie. It looked kind of badass. You know what, Robbie does look cartoony, but he doesn't look very menacing.
Cat with a Mouse says, I've seen the William Hurt and Gary Oldman movie, but not the newest version.
Newest version? Is there another one? Let's see, I don't even see the movie version in my Google image search results. Dude, is the movie I'm thinking of that obscure?
Cat with
I
a
don't
Mouse
see
says,
anything anywhere.
the movie was from 1998. The newest version was a 2018 Netflix series.
98, huh? Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of. I think. It's definitely not the 2018 version. Oh, there he is. There's one picture of him. There he is. You know what? I do like the overall upper body shape of this one. It's kinda got the proportions I was thinking of. Let's see. There's another one.
Kohate says, kinda bummed that the work of man isn't just the sculpture of David.
What good would that be? Come on, Kohet. We gotta make him mechanical and menacing, to some extent. So I'm thinking, what if we continue squashing the head down? Let's see. Bring the body in like so.
Kohate says, I was 8 minutes behind the stream. Rumble literally just started me 8 minutes behind.
Thanks,
Like
Rumble.
Cat with a mouse says, as a joke, add a big red button that could be a fake out.
A big red button. Well, welcome to the future, Kohet. You gotta check on that Rumble. It's crafty. Let's see. Take the legs, and we might have to shrink them down a tad. I don't know why Rumble does that crap all the time.
Kohate says, thanks, it's nice to exist in the present. I was thinking you were just ignoring me, you.
No, I was definitely not ignoring you. So, if we make like the shoulder things a little more further down. I get this. Are you caught up on the Robbie the Robot discussion, Kohet? He's much smaller now. We need to make him bigger.
Kohate says, on the what?
Robbie the Robot from Lost in Space. Specifically the 1998 movie version. Let me show you. This guy right here, pretty badass looking robot. Kind of trying to get those types of proportions down. Well, we're gonna make him look a little more Pokemon-ish and cartoony.
Kohate says, yo WTF, that's like George Lopez from Spy Kids. Cat with a mouse says, I like the version of the robot we see at the end of the 1998 film. It looks like Robbie was crunched and rebuilt into a cripple.
I don't remember that
Stream
version.
Elements says, good evening, mortal humans, make sure you subscribe to Diceback and say hello.
It's been so long since I actually saw that movie. And why is it so hard to get to the actual image that they show you in the frickin' Google image search? It's like you click on the link and it's like, oh, here's an article that doesn't actually have the image in it at all. Thanks a lot.
Cat with a mouse says, In Google image search, look for the Pint Rest image Lost in Space Robot 1998.
Lost in Space Robot. Freaking, I hate Pinterest. Is this what we're talking about?
Cat with a Mouse says. Yep.
That one. I don't think he's gonna work very well for inspiration for the thing I'm working on. Now this is a better view of what the main thing looked like. This is a model. Obviously we don't need the crotch hands. Why they gave him crotch hands, I don't know. The treads seem kind of limiting as well.
Kohate says. You may not need them, but they don't hurt.
I think they hurt the aesthetics. You can't just put hands on a robot's crotch and just be like, yeah, that's totally normal.
Cat with a Mouse says. Extra hands are for fine motor skills. Those big grippers can't hold tools. Kohate says. Damn, crotch hands tfo, they'll never recover from this.
They shouldn't recover. I like the basic shape of this guy now. I am, however, not sold on the details. And by that, I mean the complete lack of details. It needs some doodads. Let's see, let's make this a little more curved.
Cat with a Mouse says. Maybe ports or body portions of exposed essence.
You know what? He is supposed to be powered by the spirit of a bound mythic creature. So I should probably have like something right here. Maybe we make it like a giant binding crystal or something. Or maybe...
Kohate says. So they bound a mythic and entrapped it with a human construct? That's kinda grim.
There we go, guys. There we go. Perfect. You know what, though? I just should. I did this as a joke, but this has been part of Crytures lore
Kohate says,
for a while.
Oh no.
Bro. We gotta make it like a mythic binding crystal in the
Cat with
shape
a
of
mouse
the
says,
infinity sign.
Reminds me of the logo for the YouTube channel Subjectively.
Subjectively, I'm not familiar with said YouTube channel.
Kohate says, wait, are you unfamiliar with the ancient sigil CWAM?
He shouldn't be. I'm pretty sure Cat is like around my age. Or at least my generation.
Cat with a mouse says, they're an art group that comes up with fakemen and their own Pokemon-like game.
I see. So now what I'm thinking is, the binding crystal that contains the mythic creature has to have the infinity shape.
Cat with a mouse says, as for my age, I grew up in the late 1990s and early 2000s.
Yeah, you're a bit younger than me. You should still be familiar with the ancient sigil, though. Let's see. The actual physical geometry of a three-dimensional cool S is kinda racking my brain. It's too big. It's just too big. We have to shrink it down a little bit.
Cat with a mouse says, the oldest thing I can think of that matches this is MS Word's Clippy.
Clippy? I can't believe you don't know the cool S. You know this thing? This thing?
Kohate says, this is crazy.
This is literally the coolest freaking thing any kid's ever drawn.
Cat with a mouse says, very cool symbol. Don't know where it comes from.
It comes from the front of every Trapper Camper of a 10-year-old in the 90s. placement is kind of bugging me. Maybe it should be on the belt, quote-unquote belt. But I was just talking about crotch hands, and I feel like that would be something similar. We still need to soup them up from what we're doing, though.
Cat with a mouse says, place it where the appendix would be, or some other vital human organ.
The appendix? Maybe it needs to be in like a depression on his chest. Yeah. My poor ellipse drawing skills are coming back to haunt me. Something like so, maybe? Need to see more of the top part here, I think. I hate geometry.
Kohate says, embrace the world of forms dice, love Euclidean space.
No. Screw Euclid. I would say long live non-Euclidean space, but sometimes that's even harder to draw. We still gotta reduce the cartoonishness a bit, I think.
Kohate says, everyone thinks their MC is Chur till they have to actually draw the stairs.
Alright, I think that's a nice little touch. Yeah, what's up with MC Escher? Dude doesn't even have object permanence. Just look at all his artwork.
Kohate says, is Chur confirmed AI?
That's true. MCS or Etcher was making AI art before AIs even existed. What a genius. I like having the pauldrons raised off with a
Cat
body
with a
here.
mouse says, is Chur showed us the truth, finding proper perspective is a bitch.
Let's give a little bit of an impression that he's got some kind of armor on.
Kohate says, definitely getting some Juggernaut, Regigigas vibes with this one.
Yeah, Regigigas is definitely a good point of inspiration. Giant golem thing. Is basically what we're going for. I'm liking how this little design element is like panning out. Hmm. Not sure how to present it on this side. Hmm. We're gonna have to do something about his limbs. Maybe it should be in the opposite direction. Almost like gloves. That feels too unmechanical to me. Maybe that looks a little better. Huh. What are we thinking, boys? How's he looking in the current state?
Cat with a mouse says. Looks like a good start.
Thinking we actually go with how joints are. And the back of the hand
Stream
should be
Elements
more
says,
rigid.
Good evening, mortal humans. Make sure you subscribe to Diceback and say hello.
Thank you, Geronimo.
Kohate says. I kind of like him, but I think you'll have to either go hog wild with details to make him look more mythical or go hog wild with textures.
Textures. Hmm. Probably should have something like this.
Cat with a mouse says. I say hog wild with texture. It is artificial, so humans would have designed it to be too ornate.
Not sure what kind of texture I would put on the guy though.
Cat with a mouse says. Basic texture trio of stone, wood, and metal.
Wood. I haven't considered putting wood on him. I could maybe do some wood. Like maybe this upper arm section is wood. And then we do something similar with the legs.
Kohate says. I feel like it's hard because Crytures isn't very texture heavy in its style.
Yeah, that's the main thing. Texture complexity isn't something I tend to do. And of course, as I was saying before, I don't really need to stick to like pure mechanical angles and whatnot. What if we gave him a freaking cape? Nah, I don't like that. We don't need Enoch on here anymore. I think we got the size
says,
pretty good.
Dude, the cape was sick as hell though. Cat with a mouse says,
You think the cape was sick?
The person driving this Cryuter wears the cape. Everyone knows that.
I don't know if the cape is really doing it. Maybe a different type of cape might work. Let's look up some inspiration. We'll get on image search here. I type in golem with cape and I get Minecraft.
It makes it look more human.
I don't know if that's what I want though. I do like the idea of having it, giving it like decorative elements. Like so we can go beyond just like stone, metal, and wood and have cloth in there too.
Cat with a mouse says, What about that sash worn by priests? Or something similar that drapes over the body?
I do have a little doodad that I put on artisans. Let's see. Let's go all the way back to the original artisan drawing. And it does have like this little sash thing going on. I like the way it looks hanging from the arms. What if we just kind of make it wrap around? I think it kind of looks sick.
Kohate says. Kind of like Rose's sash from Street Fighter.
Rose's sash. I'm not... Go ahead, I'm not a fighting game guy. Oh, I got it. I'm getting a reference.
Cat with a mouse says. Now this big boy has a ranged weapon, weighted sashes.
Yeah, I don't know about that kind of thing. I think I like it better just being like wrapped around and draped. rather than covering part of the main body. We could maybe do like another one up here. What if? Let's try this. I'm gonna block out some of the parts that don't need to be there.
Kohate says. He's so martial.
I don't know, I think the mask might be a little much. He's starting to look more like a mummy than a golem. We're gonna hide the cool S here for a second.
Kohate says. I mean, he is the preserved corpse of a mythic creature.
He's not the corpse. He's got the spirit of one.
Kohate says. Tomato, tomato.
Thanks, Geronimo. Thanks for butchering that saying.
Cat with a mouse says. He's not dead. Just powered by them. Kohate says. That really doesn't work as a saying when written out.
No, it doesn't. I'm not sure what it is I feel like I'm missing here, but I feel like I'm missing something. Well, first of all, to nitpick a little bit, these should be more rounded. I don't
Cat
know,
with a mouse
there's just
says,
something about it.
How does it absorb essence? An attachment hidden in the body or just through magic?
It sucks it up through the hole in its face. I would imagine. You know what, I'm thinking if we move the crystal down here, we could have like something crisscrossing his body. I feel like that would kind of tie the rest of the design together. So let's cut this. I'm gonna make a copy. We're gonna take out this section.
Cat with a mouse says, how about cracks with energy leaking out? Like the body is not strong enough to contain the power?
I feel like that would kind of defeat the point.
Kohate says, the S emblem on the belt gives major wrestling vibes.
So if we do something like this,
Kohate says, if the illustration for this guy isn't it suplexing another mythic creature, I'm going to riot.
What do we think? Should we have like an extra tassel for these? Or should it be implied that these
Kohate says,
cross things?
the fabric will have the artisan motif yet?
That's kind of the idea.
Cat with a mouse says, make the cloth obvious. Kohate says, then no extra tassel is my vote.
No extra tassel? You know, though, with all the extra tassels, he is kind of looking like one of those Macho Man Randy Savage outfits, you know? Speaking of the wrestling look. Know what I mean?
Kohate says, dude, I know, and I duck with it.
I am going to reduce the size of the crystal yet again to a point that's a little more in line with how big an actual binding crystal would be. Like, it's a little big, but I think that's okay. I think this might be it, guys. I think we might have reached peak.
Cat with a mouse says,
I might have to do some
the
about...
scraps could also represent the trappings of the dead and the priests that revived it.
We're gonna have to do some about the feet because they're not quite right before we actually go and finish.
Cat with a mouse says, separate the toes of the foot to make it more human-like. Since it's supposed to be a man.
Why do you want him to have separated toes? Are you a fetishist now too? Are you one of the feeple? I don't think I want to do that just because toes are hard enough to draw as it is. Here, we'll give him like toes like his hands have. Those look like paws. This looks awful.
Cat with a
We're not
mouse
doing
says,
that.
I'm not a member of the feeple. I'm just an idea guy. Doesn't mean everyone is good though.
I think I like this general look. Might be time to line the thing. Alright, I put this all in a folder. And try to do this in as few strokes as possible. Dice bag, draw a line in one stroke challenge impossible.
Stream Elements says, good evening, mortal humans, make sure you subscribe to Dicebag and say hello.
I'm making it worse. But thank you, Geronimo. Lurkers, you know what to do. Follow Geronimo's orders. I don't know how many of you there are. I haven't even looked at my numbers.
Kohate says, can you zoom out so I can take a screen cap real fast?
Okay, here you go. Here, I'll even darken it for you.
Kohate says, thank you BBY.
Well, something was happening on Twitter, but all seems calm. Alright.
Cat with a mouse says,
I look forward to the
why
fan
did
art.
Kohate get weird with calling you baby?
He's just a weirdo.
Kohate says, I gotta show my appreciation somehow.
Winding streams with laughter laced, the valley braced with ancient grace, yet cunning.
This is the tedious part. What should we talk about, guys?
A fairy king's call, the rhythm, the song.
Now that the thinking part of the drawing is done, I now have nothing to talk
Cat
about.
with a mouse says, Kohate, how about you join me and Patty in playing Crytures?
We are setting up the campaign, so there's no consistent group needed.
Kohate says, I actually feel so bad, because I'm not an RPG guy, I'm just an art guy. Kohate says, but I'll put y'all on the second monitor, smiley face.
Hopefully we can at least get like Dale in there. Maybe Evergrade. They already have characters made up from their last time. We might be able to get Patty to recruit some people. He's big on the Rumble D&D scene.
Cat with a Mouse says. Then I'm probably gonna be one of the last character creators.
You aren't going to need to go very in-depth with your character creation, at least. The whole point of this campaign style is to be very, what do you call that? It's big on the emergent gameplay and story. Yeah, there we go. Let's kind of remove the separation between the elements now that we've got this whole thing figured out.
I'll see if I can come up with anything by next week.
I'll see if we have more people to play by next week. I might have to pester people firsthand.
Terrible Penicillin says. Cheap viewers on streambo.com, remove the space.
Cheap
KMV
viewers?
MX.
Oh, hell yes. Hello, bot. Possible ban evader, Twitch says. What makes you think that? Born timeout ban! Alright.
Kohate says. Terrible Penicillin is an awesome username. Shame it was wasted on a bot.
It might have been like a hacked account or something, you never know.
Cat with a Mouse says.
A lot of these things...
Best username I've ever heard is 2 kobolds in a trench coat.
Oh man, I have done like nothing so far. We have so much lining to do. I would pass this off to Patron, but I want to do it in one stream.
Cat with a Mouse says. Reading through character creation page. Do players start with any experience points to spend?
Yes. That would be your starting experience, which is in the 3rd section, I believe. I made some updates to that page list just last night, so hopefully everything works right. Eh.
Kohate says. Does the chest fabric wrap into the arms or is it standalone?
I guess it's standalone. Like, that's one of the things I was wondering about when I made the 3rd tassel on each side. Because having the 3rd tassel draped down kind of indicates that the stuff on the chest is like on its own thing. Whereas if I didn't add that, it would kind of imply that it continues from the shoulder down into the arm. Oh, that looks awful. What have I done? Alright, we gotta fix this curve here. About like so, maybe? Kinda? I don't know. Maybe not. Let's just keep it like that.
Cat with a Mouse says. Pretty sure one of my characters is gonna be our favorite flat as a bored Ed boy.
Johnny 2x4, you mean? No way, that's not an Ed boy. Which Ed boy is flat as a board? Yo, I almost drew
Coheed says.
Rolf
None of
stand-in
M.
today.
Once I'm through with M. Cat with a Mouse says. Mr. Chickens.
Mr. Chickens. You love chickens, Eddie?
Cat with a Mouse says. Also, buttered toast.
Next time I make a Crytures setting, like a new region, instead of having Petrocks, I should have Petchwoods. And they're just like, they're just plank. Although I guess Squumper kind of fills that role already.
Cat with a Mouse says. Sounds wonderful. They would be the village lookouts and consist of a hive mind. Kohate says. Man, if he's not a martial type I'm going to be so disappointed because I am cooking.
He's supposed to be
says,
pure construct.
Pick a creature to be a victim dice.
Pick a creature to be a victim? I don't know, do the Verdant King, I guess.
Kohate says. Excellent choice, some would say it's a wonderful choice, many people in fact, but not me, I'd say it's excellent. Cat with a Mouse says. Notice that the PDF sheets do not cover recipes or essence.
Oh yeah. The interactive portions do work, right?
Cat with a Mouse says. Yes. The
Nice.
interaction fields do work. Kohate says. Verdant King doesn't have a page skull.
Oh, that's right. Here, I'll give you the Verdant King in the Discord. Bam. I forgot I took him off because he's kinda supposed to be more of a secret. Or at least his stats shouldn't be publicly available.
Kohate says. Hell yeah, brother.
Brother! And there comes Dale popping into Discord.
Cat with a Mouse says. Hoo Dale has arrived.
He probably just woke up. Asking why the Verdant King fartin' is farting when it's clearly fairy dust. Alright, let's see, where was I? Hey, he's coming along a little bit at a time. Okay, this here don't look right. This is definitely too curved in that section.
Cat with a mouse says. Draw one stroke and then draw another. Soon you'll be scrolling across your screen. Brush one stroke and then brush another. And soon all your hard work will be seen.
Hell yeah. Whoops.
Kohate says. Is that from that old Jack Frost stop motion film? Cat with a mouse says. That was to the tune of Put One Foot into Front of the Other from Santa Claus is Coming to Town.
I'm not familiar with that song.
Stream Elements says. Good evening, mortal humans, make sure you subscribe to Dicebag and say hello. Cat with a Mouse says. Put one foot in front of the other. Soon you'll be walking across the floor. Put one foot in front of the other. And soon you'll be walking out the door.
Is that just a creative way of telling somebody to get lost? I don't know the context of this song.
Kohate says. In the movie it was inspirational.
Okay.
Cat with a Mouse says. Santa turns an evil wizard to the side of good and how to start this new life.
I didn't know Santa dealt with evil wizards. This is new Santa lore for me.
Cat with a Mouse says. Rankin and Bass Animations covered some heavy concepts in the most family-friendly way possible.
Rankin and Bass sounds familiar. Where do I know them from?
Cat with a Mouse says. They did Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, the Little Drummer Boy, and Here Comes Peter Cottontail.
Okay. I've probably seen at least one of those.
Kohate says. My grandma loved those movies. Cat with a Mouse says. And Kohate is right. They also did Jack Frost.
Those do sound like very grandma movies.
Cat with a Mouse says. They had some great voice actors over their films, Mickey Rooney, Red Skelton, Burl Ives, and Fred Astaire. Daladakarai Pop says. Are ya winning, son?
Dale! You have decided to join us. Look at what we got going on here. This is the work of man, the mythic construct creature.
Daladakarai Pop says. He's so round.
He is pretty round. I wanted him to be a little bit cartoony. I should have drawn this guy a long time
Isn't
ago.
He great? Daladakarai Pop says. Ideal male body.
Cohet's already out here making
with a
fan
mouse
art of
says.
him before I even done.
Only thing missing is his manhood.
And we are not giving him crotch arms.
Kohate says. Smiley face. Cat with a Mouse says. One of us has to be semi-dirty when Pony's not around. And at least I have tact when I do it.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how to represent this edge from the other direction. So we might just not show it. Although it probably goes around the front side of that hand like so. Anyways. So maybe we will show it.
Cat with a Mouse says. Have the gauntlet extend around the center finger.
No. So Dale, are you interested in the whole West Marches style campaign that I'm working on? Or not so much working on, just putting together? We got Cat and Patty interested right now. I was hoping we could get Ruffian Keith and Evan G. Artis back in.
Dinsdale Piranha says, "Are ya dice bagging, son?"
I might be dice bagging. How's it going, Dinsdale? And now we're working on a mythic creature that is a construct known as the work of man.
Dinsdale Piranha says, "Going all right. How about you?"
Oh, it's going. Trying to get some art done and recruit people for a sandbox campaign.
Cat with a Mouse says, "We're just creating a false god here."
Nothing special. A false god with Macho Man Randy Savage tassels.
Dinsdale Piranha says, "What's wrong with Randy Savage tassels?"
Who said there's anything wrong with it? I put it on the design. I'll have to do an edit where he's got a cowboy hat or something.
Cat with a Mouse says, "Can you smell what the work of man is cooking?" Dinsdale Piranha says, "Were you a part of the Minds Book Club, or no?"
Book club? I didn't know there was a book club.
Kohate says, "That's such a good idea."
Alright, here we go.
Dinsdale Piranha says, "Kid made a Discord."
Oh, Kit's Discord? No, I'm not on Kit's Discord. Or is this a different Discord that Kit just made? I can't keep up with all the different Discords. I can barely keep up with my own Discords. Yeah!
Dinsdale Piranha says, "Fair enough." Kohate says, "Imagine reading, yuck."
I'm glad I'm wasting time drawing the cowboy hat on him. It's not actually going to be part of his design. I hate drawing hats. Why have I done this? Close
Cat with
enough.
A mouse says, for the jokes and viewership. Kohate says, could we get some more foot definition, dice? I'm a big foot guy.
We've been over this. I don't want more foot definition. Feet are hard enough as it is. Dude will say this on one hand and then call him say he's not a feeple on the other.
Cat with a mouse says, the only fetishist we want around here is Ponyboy.
Oh, we got more than that. Or are we talking actual fetishist? Not just Geronimo's way of saying fetishist.
Kohate says, bold of you to assume we want Ponyboy.
He keeps the stream lively.
Dinsdale Piranha says, not wrong. Cat with a mouse says, at least we're all honest with ourselves about ourselves.
Ah. You know what? Speaking of Discord, who the hell decided that Discord was gonna become
Kohate
like
says,
the main way of
holding up
people
a picture frame, I miss
connecting
him sometimes.
connecting
Ponyboy
with
horse.
their audience? Why is that the thing? It's so inconvenient. Is it purely just out of necessity because every freaking social media platform is freaking...
Dinsdale Piranha says, it's everything Skype used to be, and isn't owned by Microsoft. Kohate says, it was more convenient than the alternatives, and so it hit critical mass first before there was even competition.
Yeah, but people use it in place of like regular social media. Like people have their main presence on Discord, and it's like, man, I don't want to keep up with people by going into 37 different rooms, 37 different servers, and 84 different rooms on each one, and having to scour the whole thing, wasting all my time in the day just to find like maybe one thing that I might have something to say on. Freaking get on Twitter and post it for everybody to see. Inject that directly into my feed.
Yeah, I don't trust anyone whose main thing is being on Discord. Geneva Suggested 1428 says, you have socks because ID smell them. Cat with a Mouse says, Discord and YouTube are pretty easy to use. More so than Twitter, Facebook, and whatever else exists. Dinsdale Piranha says, that's why you mute all the channels you're not interested in.
Well, hello, Geneva Suggested. I don't have socks for you to smell, I'm afraid. We were just saying how much I hate people. Actually.
Dinsdale Piranha says, Dicebag doesn't wear socks, lore confirmed. Kohate says, he has socks, you just have to earn them, don't give up. Cat with a Mouse says, if he wants socks to smell, I got some if he's willing to pay.
Now that's a pony boy thing to say.
Geneva Suggested 1428 says, give me them.
No! No socks for you.
Cat with a Mouse says, like I said, I'm cringe but tactful. Pay up first.
Alright. We are almost done with the line art, boys.
Says, or else he'll commit / turn off the breaker on a hospital.
I don't believe you. Not one bit. We don't negotiate with terrorists around here. You know, not gonna lie, we probably should do something with the feet. However, I don't know
what.
what.
Just for jokes, you know. Cat with a Mouse says.
Just for the jokes?
Well, that was an obvious bluff. Of course I'm not getting good money. Kohate says. Imagine all the socks you could smell if you went through with that though.
What have I done here? Thought this was on a different layer. This one's on a different layer, right? Yes. Okay.
Geneva Suggested 1428 says. Why is his upper body big? Geneva suggested 1428 says. I'ma go now.
Alright. Bye. Alright guys, if you were going to add something to his feet to make it more interesting, what would you do? I'm open to suggestions.
Kohate says. Dice bag, why upper body big?
I don't know, maybe because he's a strong man.
Cat with a mouse says. Make rudimentary sandals or shoe wrappings. Kohate says. Additional smaller cowboy hats.
Go ahead, adding toes was bad enough, and you want to add cowboy hats to his feet? Psh.
Kohate says. Each piggy gets a hat in this animal farm.
You know what? I just realized what a good play on words it is for the work of man to be reminiscent of Macho Man, Randy Savage. I did not think about that until now.
Cat with a mouse says. In D&D, monks that wrap their hands sometimes wrap their feet as well when they don't wear shoes. Geneva suggested 1428 says. I'm back.
Hello back, I'm Dad.
Geneva suggested 1428 says. A bird just entered my house and obliterated my glass door.
It went right through the glass? Usually the glass is supposed to stop them.
Cat with a mouse says. Must have been a hell of a bird. Stream Elements says. Good evening, mortal humans, make sure you subscribe to Dicebag and say hello.
Thank you, Geronimo. Alright. We're almost done with the line art, boys.
Geneva suggested 1428 says. It cracked a little bit of my glass door and the bird is resting in my arms right now.
Oh. What kind of bird is it?
Cat with a mouse says. Sounds cute, but pictures or it didn't happen. Geneva suggested 1428 says. Sparrow.
A sparrow, huh? Just a little guy.
Geneva suggested 1428 says. It's a sparrow.
He must have been going pretty fast. Alright, we can take the cowboy hat off for a second.
Geneva suggested 1428 says. It's very fat.
I guess that explains it.
Kohate says. Considering he shattered the glass, I'd say that's more of a striko. Geneva suggested 1428 says. I'm gonna visit more Vtubers.
Are you leaving us already?
Geneva suggested 1428 says. Yes, for real now.
Alright. We'll see you around.
Kohate says. I think my wordplay scared him off you.
Maybe. It could have been any number of things, truth be told. But then again, he did come in here saying he wanted to smell socks.
Geneva suggested 1428 says. I subscribed, so I'll meet you next stream, or I don't know.
Oh, we'll be glad to have you back. We're usually doing this every Saturday. The only day I'm guaranteed to have off work. Alright. How does that look like? Oh yeah, that looks much better than the way I had it before. There he is, boys. The work of man is coming for you.
Cat with a mouse says. Time for Geronimo to learn the phrase, oh yeah yeah yeah.
You might have to try a little harder to get Geronimo to say that one. Let's see. Coloring time. I think we might do two color schemes for this guy.
Maybe later or next time, if I remember. Kohate says,
You know what, let's go ahead and add...
Do mythic creatures also dissolve on death?
Yes. Mythic creatures dissolve, but they also reform later.
Kohate says, oh, bummer.
Although I guess for the work of man specifically, he would need to be remade. If he were to be killed, it would release the bound mythic creature.
Marcia says, hello my friend. Kohate says, do you have any ideas for the bound mythic creature?
Hello, Marcia, over on Odyssey. We don't
Cat
see
with
too
the
many
mouse says,
Odyssey people over here.
Would any bound creature work, or is there a certain level needed?
Would any bound creature work? No, it would have to be a mythic creature, and it would require the special binding crystal. One that isolates them from the conjurer's astral pocket in their own special pocket.
Patty's Parlor says,
You are fast, Kohate.
Astral Pocket.
Astral Pocket, yes, Patty. How's it going, Patty?
Cat with a mouse says, so each astral pocket is a separate plane, not a multiversal dimension.
An astral pocket is like a pocket dimension that a person's dreams take place on.
Kohate says,
Look at this guy.
I was inspired by the vibes.
Thank you, Kohat. That is nice. How's it going, Patty? We got a nice fan art here before I've even finished the freaking design. Thank you, Kohet.
Patty's Parlor says, how are you guys?
I think we're doing alright.
Kohate says, doing good, howdy Patty. Cat with a Mouse says, I hear the defeated Cryture now, why didn't I go to church like my parents wanted?
Okay, what's going on? My freaking chat dock in my OBS window has gone blank. That's annoying. Why are you doing that? Oh well, I guess I'll have to go by what Geronimo says. Let's see.
Cat with a Mouse says, test test. Chat calling dice bag. Come in dice bag.
I hear somebody. You know what? I'm gonna refresh the page and see how it goes. Alright, somebody say something, chat.
Cat with a Mouse says, say something chat.
Okay. It's still not showing up where it should be, but I can hear.
Kohate says, Patty, are you joining DICE's new campaign?
Patty is one of the few people who have already RSVP'd, more or less. You know what? This freaking arm ain't looking right.
Kohate says,
Hello.
you're going to record the run, right Dice?
I intend to stream it,
Kohate
yes.
says, also, aloha Daimua.
Daimao,
Parlor says,
how's it going there?
I need to make some characters. MG Gamer says, I am from Brazil.
Is our Brazilian friend back then?
Patty's Parlor says, hello Daimua.
I'm looking for the right layer here. Yes, welcome Raiders over on Rumble. How are you guys doing? We are working on a mythic creature design. This is the work of man, a construct that's an artificial mythic creature. I'll show you here in a second. I'll take a look at him. There he is. There's the boy.
Dingus the Strix says, I Dice, having a hoot.
Dingus! How's it going, Dingus? We are having a hoot, as usual. We got the work of man. And here is man for comparison. I'm really procrastinating on adding
Patty's Parlor says,
the colors.
are you joining Cohate? Patty's Parlor says, hey a dingus. Dingus the Strix says, I'm Hootin. Dingus the Strix says, I Patty. Cat with a Mouse says, we're having a good old shindoodnany.
Alright, I think I got one more little adjustment I want to make. Gonna move the head
Cohate says,
back a bit.
Patty's Parlor not, I'm not much of a gamer, I like watching.
Speaking of though, I don't know if Dingus and Daimao might be
the Strix
interested,
says,
but we're starting...
He's likes watching.
We're starting, or at least I'm trying to start, a sandbox campaign for
Dingus
Crytures.
the Strix says, absolute cuckold. Dingus the Strix says, JK. Cat with a Mouse says, Cohate could provide voices for some of the NPCs.
The said campaign is going to be in West Marches style, so it's not going to be have a dedicated team. We're just going to have a
Cohate
pool of
says,
players that
is it cuckoldry if none of them are your wife?
choose when they want to run a session, or play a session rather. And it's all episodic one-shots, focused on exploration. Oh yeah, cowboy hat too. But enough of that, I need to put
Dingus
the colors on
Strix
this
says,
guy.
It can be cuckoldry if they're wife in your heart. Cat with a Mouse says, I'm a player exclusively. I'm not flexible enough to be a game master. Cohate says, damn, that's pretty philosophical.
Let's see.
Patty's Parlor says, where did you get the sudden inspiration for that style of game, DB?
Honestly, it's basically the way I've been playing my solo campaign anyways. I didn't actually know there was a specific term for it until recently. But it very much fits the way I would
Dingus
like
the
to
Strix
run
says,
things.
I never been a GM/DM, but I've been a player in many a tabletop.
Well, you ain't gotta be a DM, but we can have as many players as we want. And right now we don't have that many. The main thing is, like, people aren't expected to show up on a regular session schedule, and it's just kind of like whenever you guys can do a thing,
how many do you
I'll
need?
run it.
MG Gamer says, very good.
How many we need? I mean, it's good to have at least 3 people in a session. That's kind of the ideal group as far as Crytures is concerned. We could probably run a session with 2. I think what I put in the rules document is we need 2 to 4 people in a session. I've got so many random tables and stuff that we can pretty much just run something simple without much prep time.
Cat with a Mouse says, my group started with 3, a DM, me, and 1 other. Patty's Parlor says, you should give it a shot, just a 1 shot, nothing really you need to commit to.
Cohet did try it out early on when I was developing things. The game has changed a good amount since then, though. Let's see. What am I looking for? Creature art. No, I don't need the creature art. I need some weapons. Okay, so that is something smaller, or something duller rather.
Kohate says, yeah, I have friends who would love it, so I'm waiting for DB to drop the rulebook. Kohate says, but me, personally, group gaming just makes me angry, I've learned. Patty's Parlor says, I definitely want to do a character generation session.
I'm having a hell of a time differentiating
Cat with a Mouse says,
the original
Agreed.
colors. You guys want to
Dingus the Strix says,
get together
what
and
day would
generate
people
your
be
character?
available for a quick session? Also time.
The idea is just to do it on one of my streams times. So I'll skip the art stream and just bring whoever on wants to play.
Cat with a Mouse
The goal
says,
would be to do it like once a
everyone
month.
does suggest a session 0 for character creation.
We could definitely do a character creation stream where I hold your hands through it.
Dingus the Strix says, most of my friends that would be interested would be available on Sundays and Mondays /.
Yeah, I don't think I'd be available on those days. Let's see, what am I looking for? There he is. Now, I'm not sure what color we want to make everything. Still trying to figure some of that out. Because I want to have an alternate color scheme.
Who has free time on a Monday?
I don't know, man. Definitely not me. Monday is when I have to edit my videos for the freaking solo campaign.
Cat with a Mouse says, wouldn't regal purple work for the cloth? Dingus the Strix says, people off on Monday. Dingus the Strix says. I'm not one of them, lol.
I feel like we need like a lighter color. Like we got the regular gray and then we can go...
Kohate says. This
Like
is the
so.
problem with our generation. Checks notes people taking days off. Dingus the Strix says. I'm off Fridays and Saturdays in terms of my job.
Yeah, Saturdays are guaranteed for me. That's why I stream on Saturdays mostly. So that's normally when I'd expect to be playing.
Cat with a mouse says. For me, I'm simple. I have Tuesdays, Saturdays, and Sundays.
So Dingus, if you're interested at all, I can send you an invite to the Crytures Discord where we're trying to figure things out. Let's see. I don't think you're in there yet.
Dingus the Strix says. Sure.
And I got a whole little document, well, an image outlining the general way it will work out. And I'm not sure about the color of the strands, the cloths here. I think the yellow is
Screen
too bright.
Elements says. Good evening, mortal humans. Make sure you subscribe to Dicebag and say hello.
Let's give that purple thing a try. Maybe desaturate it some more. That looks awfully pink. Let's
Kohate
blue it
says,
up.
Kinda surprised you wouldn't just make them the artisan colors. Cat with a mouse says.
Well, that's the thing.
Here we go.
I'm gonna do an alternate color scheme that will be artisan colors. Let's get rid of these Robbie the Robot references here. We don't need them anymore. I wanted them to be like the same colors as this thing, but doing the wood kind of makes that difficult. It's like too close. It's too close to wood color. Let's see if we can get like an alternate wood color that's not the same. Maybe like so.
Cat with a mouse says. Metal could have a rust patina.
Here, maybe like that. Oh. Or maybe I should just skip the wood part altogether.
Lord Merrick says. That's some SUSSTYF.
Hello, Lord Merrick. How's it going? I don't know what's so sussy about Robot Man here. I wish I didn't change all the colors, though. Kinda want to go back to this. It's like the default thing. Maybe if we just
Cohate
remove...
Oh, you know eyes.
We remove the wood portions. The wood textures. And just went with like stone or metal the entire way. I don't know if I like that anymore or not. It might just be fine to keep them basically the same color. Oh wait, I'm drawing on the wrong layer.
Cohate says. You gotta keep the wood. Because I've already drawn it in. LMAO.
That's what you get for drawing fan art before the design is finalized, Cohate.
Did you decide on any feet stuff?
I did not decide on any feet stuff yet, no. In fact, I might not do any feet stuff at all. Might just leave it as is.
Cohate says. Agony.
Question is, brown feet or gray feet? Let's go for the gray feet for now.
Cat with a mouse says. Brown feet.
Alright, so now we bring in the artisan colors.
Cohate says. Wooden feet, mayhaps.
I hate having multiple things open all the time. Probably don't want it to be perfectly white here.
Cat with a mouse says. Those would be too fragile for the chunky boy.
Okay, I gotta move my chat window somewhere where I can actually see it. Since it's not in OBS anymore for some reason. Maybe the glowy bits should be red. Dingus has joined us on the Crytures server.
Cat with a Mouse says, Dingus has appeared in the Discord.
I just said that. We gotta do something about the glowy bits. It's just not working out in that shade. Maybe like so.
Hate says, hey Dice, did you know Dingus is in the Discord?
I know Dingus is in the Discord. Did you know that I know Dingus is in the Discord? Alright, so here we go. Here's artisan version. Here's standard version. It's like a shiny, except you can make it that way.
I know that you know that we know that Diengus is in the Discord.
Diengus?
Kohate says,
There's another Geronimoism.
hey Dingus the Strix, Dice knows. Dingus the Strix says, hey Dice, just wanted you to know, I'm in the Discord.
Well, that's nice, Dingus. Glad to have you in the Discord. We need to make this background something that shows through all of the freaking colors, though, so I can easily see where the gaps are in all the corners. Okay, we got one stray line right here. Now it is gone.
Dingus the Strix says, but did you know that I know that you know that you know I'm in the Discord?
Well, I guess I do now. I'm not sure if I knew that before, but I definitely know it now. It's getting hard to keep track of if I know things. Especially when I have to know if you know that I know things. Okay, I see another stray line. There we go. Now it's gone. There's another one.
Cat with a mouse says. Yes, we know that, you know that, we know that, he knows that, you know that, he knows, yeah, no. Dingus the Strix says. That's good to know. Kohate says. It's okay, Dice, cause we're here to remind you that you do in fact know that, we know that, Dingus knows that, you know that, CWAM knows.
Well, I'm glad you guys are keeping track for me. That's going to be very helpful in the sandbox campaign.
Anyway?
I don't know what that is. Cat with a mouse. Whatever could that be? I sure as hell don't know what CWAM could be. Cat with a mouse. Of course, this one has no gaps in it. The most complex shape on the thing.
Says, never mind. I'm stupid. I got it now.
I thought you were joking. But it took me a second to figure it out too. Alright. Are there any gaps on this color scheme? Just some tiny ones.
Kohate says. I thought you were joking, brutal.
Alright. I think that's it. I think we got all of it. Now we gotta shade the thing. I've already been at this for like 3 hours. Uh-oh. I used the fill tool without having it refer to other layers. Excuse me, CSP. At least he has simple body shapes for me to work with.
Kohate says, I actually totally disagree with that statement.
What statement? That it's got simple
Kohate
shapes?
says, but if you think they're simple, you're gonna have to stop flexing on the rest of us.
I mean, he's basically tubes and circles. It's quite literally the meme of just breaking things down into basic shapes. Honestly, this guy could probably pass for a character that Evergrade designed. Maybe he'll pop in later, I don't know. There, look at that. He's not particularly complex. Just rounds, shapes.
Kohate says, Evergrade drew something recently with the largest pair of Hanaga hooks I've ever seen and I was like, whoa, didn't know you were like that, EG.
Some of his lady characters are definitely like that. Oh, Patty's showing off some stuff there. Is this a particular character I'm looking at, Patty?
Kohate says, we need the lore. I assume it's safe to say we're all lore guys here. Patty's Parlor says, nah, just a character wielding an extra sharp cheddar sword.
I see, I see. Let's put it up on screen so the viewers can see.
Cat with a Mouse says, lore does help. Most of it was spent building my D&D character.
That is a chunky sword. I'm now seeing why you're referring to it as a cheddar sword. Haven't seen one shaped like that before.
Kohate says, I do like that it is just a wedge.
I mean, really, that's basically what a sword is.
Kohate
just
says,
a wedge.
You will not stitch this cut back together. Patty's Parlor says, I'm making a fan book for Shadow Dark that adds cheese-themed spells.
Oh, I've seen this. I've seen what you're doing on that. I can't think of anything out of it specifically off the
Patty's
top of my
Parlor
head,
says,
though.
It's called Cheese in the Whiz.
I remember taking a gander at something you posted a while back involving cheese magic.
Cat with a Mouse says, was the wizard and owner of Beef Mounds. Patty's Parlor says,
Alright.
I made a bunch of outlines during class today. Yeah, I started it before the tumor removal. And then they accidentally gave me the worst carpal tunnel and I couldn't draw for over a month.
Oof. That would suck. Alright guys, we need to move on to highlights now. Highlights are always kind of my bane when it comes to doing this whole Pokemon style shading. Like, shadows are pretty straightforward, but highlights. Ugh. Never really sure how hard I should go on them.
Stream Elements says, good evening, mortal humans, make sure you subscribe to Dicebag and say hello.
Thank you, Geronimo. Thank you for the shout out on my own stream. Alright, now let's throw on some reflected light on the backs.
Cat with a Mouse says, other great username I just remembered, Person McFakename.
Literally just a regular, literal description of a username, I suppose. Okay, I'm starting to like the coloring. How am I gonna screw this up?
Kohate says. I like it, but it doesn't strike me as evocative. Truly great usernames get the people going and are bespoke to the time and place. Cat with a mouse says. Just make sure to save your work. Kohate says. You won't screw it up, is the thing.
Thank you for the vote of confidence. I will save it though. For the first time.
Cat with a mouse says.
Oh yeah.
That's what I'm here for. Kohate says. CWAM doing the Lord's work.
There we go. Had a highlight on some of them. All right. Time for the softening edge. We're gonna need a big brush for this boy. A 100 pixels? 150 pixels, perhaps? 150 pixels. Whoops. Didn't mean to erase that part out. See, this part, he's looking a little too shiny on the brown part here. Alright. Now let's swap it. We definitely need the glow on the freaking eye before the red will have any chance of looking correct. And even then, I don't know. We might have to use a freaking glow layer.
Cat with a mouse says. Energy needs to radiate, not just glow.
Alright, let's see what this looks like. I think we're still gonna have to tweak the red. Although we might be able to redden up the actual main part of the body a bit and make it look a little more coherent. That kind of helps. Oh yeah, we still need to soften the edges of the shadows. I haven't done that. What's happening on Discord? Sounds like shenanigans. Alright, let's see. That's not the right one. There it is. Who's this conjurer over here? I like the little highlights.
Cat with a mouse says. Must be Pony Boy. Kohate says. That's just a dude, doesn't like greenery.
He's literally just a Captain Planet villain. Ooh. John Conjurer. Alright, time to color that line art, baby. Hell yeah.
Cat with a mouse says. Generic name right there, John D. Conjurer. Kohate says. Colored line art, in 2025. Yeesh.
Yes, of course. Of course, colored line art in 2025. Look at this boy, he's pretty much done. We do need to make the pattern though. Okay, hold on.
Kohate says. The alt color is so kino.
Okay, this is annoying me. There's a spot. What am I gonna do about the spot, guys? I already erased out half the thing, so if I color over it, it creates... Actually, if I just do it on the blue, it's not noticeable. Alright, problem solved. Gotta get my reference for the freaking artisans back up, though.
Kohate says. Just paint over it.
The problem with just painting over was that I had already taken an eraser over it to get it to like 50% opacity. But it's okay now. I figured it out. Now we just have to... Oh man, this looks shaky as hell.
Kohate says. Yeah, thankfully I was sketching. In your shoes I would simply be miserable making sure this pattern came out right.
This pattern is the worst thing about the way I designed the artisans. I always forget how it's supposed to go.
Kohate says. It is really cool though. Kohate says. That's the worst part.
Can't get rid of it, it's too cool. Also, I'm noticing I have some gaps in the blue here, which means that there's probably also some gaps in the beige that I missed. Alright. There's some more right there. Oh no, I'm drawing it on the wrong layer. Okay. This is too big in this part. Oh, Dale is saying nice things to me on Discord. Thanks, Dale. I'm glad you like the work of man. I'm giving him way too much of an arc on his waves.
Cielo Jose says. Hey.
Hello, Cielo Jose. How's it going? We're over here working on some creature
The
designs.
Pretzel 2 says. Hashtag Nissaduk Raid.
Nissaduk Raid, what the hell?
Nissa says. Hashtag Nissaduk Raid.
Hello there. How are you guys doing? I have not seen a raid happen on YouTube yet. That's a new one. Welcome. We're working on some creature designs.
Cielo Jose says. Ayo. Nissa says. Hello, how are you tonight?
We're doing good. We basically got this design pretty much wrapped up. These are for a tabletop RPG I'm working on. Oh hell! I have to put the pattern on these things too. What have I done?
Cat with a mouse
I may have
says. Dice
bitten
is
off more
finally
than I can
receiving the
chew.
love and appreciation he deserves.
I'm glad you think so, Cat. But let's see, Niesa, I'm not familiar with you. What's
Nissa says. Crytures looks interesting. What is your favorite one you've designed so far?
Oh man, that's a tough one. I've designed like well over 100. How was your stream? What have you been up to? I don't have much to shout you out to, unfortunately. My YouTube isn't the biggest place. We got a few guys hanging out on other platforms here in the chat. Let's see.
Nissa says. My stream was good. I was doing an art project where I draw every Pokemon as a Mimikyu form.
Oh, that sounds like fun. Mimikyu's a good, a memeable Pokemon there. Let me take a look at my big old folder with all my creatures, see if I can find some that stand out.
Patty's Parlor says. Had to get a bunch of stuff together for tomorrow. Nissa says. After today's stream, my total comes to 766/1131.
Damn. Here's one. I'm pretty fond of this little guy.
Nissa says. Lux Ray, Vtuber, Rose Raid, Giratina Origin, Bonesley tonight. Patty's Parlor says. Just been lurkin'.
Oh, welcome back, Patty. Welcome back to the chat.
Kohate says. Show them the Cosmine. The people love Cosmine.
Cosmine? You want Cosmine or do you want Nimpup? Which one are you thinking? Let's see if we can get Cosmine over here. I don't think he's particularly interesting myself, but if you want to see him, go ahead.
Says, welcome YouTube Raiders.
Cosmine there, little...
Nissa says. Zappy Snake, I love it.
Snake? It's supposed to be a caterpillar, but... Let's see, we gotta find the cuter version of this guy. There it is. There we go, one of our little evolution families. Anyways, back to this guy. We got a lot of work to do putting the freaking patterns on him.
Cosmine looks interesting. It gives me magical girl vibes.
Magical girl vibes. I've really
Kohate says.
Messed myself up on
knows
this.
What's up.
Look at all this. I have to put the pattern on all of this.
Nissa says. Maybe because I've read a lot of magical girl stuff lately, I don't know. Stream Elements says. Good evening, mortal humans. Make sure you subscribe to Dicebag and say hello.
Thank you, Geronimo. Just in time. Alright. We're gonna have to go by the good enough principle on these things. Otherwise, I'm not gonna get anything done.
Nissa says. Why'd you choose that channel name? Originally did D&D stuff, I imagine?
Dicebag? Well, that's my username that I've been using for a long time, and yeah, it's because I just like tabletop games. Used to be more of a Magic player. But D&D has kind of been in there too a little bit. Oh man, that one looks bad, but not so bad when you zoom out. Oh man, this sucks.
Nissa says. Oh, an MTG fan, too sweet. That universe seems cool, but I don't want to spend $10 billion on cards.
Reasonable. I have dropped Magic the Gathering myself. It's gotten too weird and far away from the way it used to be. Old man shakes fist at the clouds. They don't make Magic cards like they used to.
Patty's Parlor says. Yeah. MTG used to be my wife's and my favorite pastime. Nissa says. How long have you been working on Crytures?
Probably been
Patty's
a few
Parlor
years
says,
now on
Too
Crytures.
expensive and just too blah for me now.
I'm starting to lose track of time of how much I've spent working on Crytures, to be honest, but it's probably been at least 3 years.
Kohate says.
Slow going when you got a
He's been
full-time
working on
job.
this project for half a decade now. Smiley face. On this project for half a decade now. Smiley face.
Half a decade? Thanks for keeping track, Kohate. It feels like I should have finished it by now. And I probably should have. Holy fudge. The pattern gets more distorted the further down it goes. What am I doing?
Kohate says. No problem, homie.
One of these days we'll finish it and actually release a book.
Nissa says. What is the next step after designing all the creatures? Or are you just working on everything at once?
I'm kind of bouncing around between whatever I feel like working on any given point in time. This is how I avoid burnout. Like, this stream was almost going to be about designing weapons. But eventually, before the stream, I was just like, you know what? I have this one mythic creature that I really need to design that I should have done a long time ago. I might as well just sit down and do it this time. So that's what we did.
Kohate says. Sometimes he does larger illustrations as well. Those are pretty cool.
Oh yeah, we can definitely show off some of the
Nissa says. Honestly real. Bouncing around from thing to thing prevents burnout but means you run around like a feral animal without getting anything done.
Right? Here, let me put up
Cat
some...
with the mouse says.
older-
Other times we make dirty jokes, have roasting sessions, and get cringe.
This is true. Usually when Ponyboy is here. See, this is what I would be drawing if I went through with the original plans. Let's get rid of that. There's Patty's little doodle. And there's Kohet's preemptive fan art. I got too many tabs open. Story of my life, to be honest. Zartisan, Clayman, okay. Let me pull up a few of my bigger illustrations. I'll just grab some of the most recent ones. We got some kitties in the chest. Oh. Isn't that cute?
Cat with the mouse
See.
says. My boys.
Your boys.
Nissa says. My chat is mostly just distracting fun facts, tangents, dumb-ass bits, and positivity. Nissa says. Streaming is so fun.
Indeed.
Nissa says.
Oh, we got the
Also
Tortiki
chest
family.
kitties with crystals in their head.
Some Tiki boys throwing a party here. Naflauzi with his conjurer. And this boy ain't working, stuffing his face. I have a lot of source material made up, in case you haven't seen. There is a freaking whole ass website, probably in the description of the video if you want to see more, but I'm gonna
Patty's
stop
Parlor
procrastinating.
Says, nom nom.
and actually finish this thing that I tortured myself with. Those lines are so freaking jagged, I hate it. I just wish I could draw them straight. Or not so much straight, but correct. I guess drawing them straight would be a bad thing in this situation. Ugh.
Solo the Nerd says. Nissa just subscribed to your channel a few minutes ago. Always love to see alternate versions of Pokemon art. Kohate says. Do you only stream on YouTube, Nissa? Nissa says. Thanks Solo, much appreciated.
Good boy, Solo. Y'all will have to remind me to go sub.
Says, you bet.
To Nissa after the stream is over and I have bandwidth in my brain. Holy hell, that looks more jagged than it usually does.
Nissa says. Kohate only stream on YT at the moment, was considering dual streaming to Twitch but I don't know how.
There is a place called Restream.io that I like to use.
Cat with a mouse says. Just realized that your pattern looks like teeth.
Teeth?
Nissa says. What is the green play button platform? I don't know it.
That would be Rumble. A lot of my peeps are using Rumble.
Nissa says. Weird swoopy teeth, but yes.
Yeah, I'm usually
Patty's
broadcasting
Parlor
out
says,
to
we kick it hard over here on Rumble. It's the best.
on YouTube, Rumble, Twitch, Twitter, and that other place, Odyssey. Odyssey. Nobody knows Odyssey, but it's literally like the place where the most people follow me at. And where the least chatting happens. Odyssey is a silly place.
Patty's Parlor says. Monetization day 1. Kohate says. I very much dislike the Twitch viewer experience, but YouTube/Rumble is fine. Patty's Parlor says. What is it you don't like, Kohate?
Twitch's user experience would be great if it weren't for the frickin' ads.
Cat with a mouse says, preferring Twitch over YouTube. Twitch has better video resolution.
You know what? I was thinking about putting
Stream
a different,
says,
another pattern.
Hail Nissa Storm, thank you for following.
Yeah, thank you for following. I was thinking about putting another pattern on the alternate color scheme, but I think I might just skip it after all this. Or maybe I'll do something that's not so easy, so, I don't know, consistent. Maybe we can do like, I drew that on the wrong layer again. Maybe I can just scribble stuff on it like they're scrolls or something, I don't know.
Kohate says, ads, the site signs me out every week, pop-ups, and notifications for in-game products, too much softcore pornography, etc, etc.
Okay, point taken, Kohit. For Twitch, I just like the fact that it has the audience interactivity parts, which literally no other freaking streaming site seems to understand.
Patty's Parlor says, I see. The ads jack me up. But I only follow like 3 people there maybe. I don't like Twitch rules. Especially how fast they ban VTubers. Nissa Storm says, Twitch ain't the best, I just lurk here to give certain creators watch time. Patty's Parlor says, being a Grumbler is better anyway. Cat with a mouse says,
Oh.
welcome to the party, Nissa. Kohate says,
I literally didn't even notice
sorry,
that
I'm
was on
such a
Rumble.
downer. I wish there were widgets like on Twitch in other places.
I didn't even notice that you subscribed on Twitch.
Says,
I thought it was on YouTube.
Like what, DB? The watch points and such. Nissa Storm says, hi Cat.
Yes, the watch points I think are a cool idea, and the redeem things that people do with them. I want to set it up so like
says,
the Tome Boys will say
I
things.
also subbed on YTLOL. Patty's Parlor says, you can link your blurb and that give audience interaction.
Link your blurb.
Cat with a mouse
Patty,
says,
I have no idea what you're saying
shall
there.
I copy the link to your Discord in chat for Nissa? Patty's Parlor says, link.
What, the Crytures Discord? I guess. I think the Crytures Discord channel invite might be in the description. Don't quote me on that. But we have a server specifically for the game. If you would like to join, we're working on getting
Cat
a
with a mouse says,
campaign
never
together.
mind. It is, I just checked.
Ah,
Nissa says, found it.
I hear notifications going off. Welcome. Getting this thing consistent is so freaking obnoxious. We only got a little bit left to do.
Nissa says, gonna upload my finished Mimikyu art to my Google link, also post them in my own Discord server.
Alright, freaking... Oh, I see. The stupid chat aggregator keeps turning things that aren't links into links.
Nissa says, drive. Cat with a mouse says, good luck with the final touches. It's late and my bed is calling my name.
Alright, Cat. We'll see you next time, I guess. We're almost done with this guy. You know what? Let's start from the bottom on this one. Maybe that'll be easier.
Nissa says, what is the background music?
I think this is just some AI thing that I generated at some point. Yeah, this is just literally something I spat out with an AI for background music. Because finding royalty-free stuff that stays royalty-free is insane. Half the time I start using some royalty-free music, like months later it's like, oh, you've got copyright violations or something. Thanks, YouTube. So Nissa, do you have like a Twitter or some kind of account like that to See your art at? I'm usually more active over on like social
Mrs.
medias
says,
and stuff.
If you want to use BGM that's free of generative AI, check out GlitchXCity. She makes remixes of video game music and lets streamers use them.
Glitch City? Alright. Let's see. I freaking drew the tips wrong on every
Mrs.
single one
says,
of these.
I have a Twitter and a BSKY, but I haven't posted to either of them in ages.
Ah. They can definitely be a bit of a drain sometimes. That's how the tips are supposed to look. What was I thinking? Alright. Just a few more. I was thinking this looked kind of retarded, but I guess it's because it's not how it's supposed to look. The real design looks much better. Alright, here we go. Bam. Bada bing, bada boom. That was way more work than it needed to be. Alright. Let's try scribbling something on this for the other version. I'll just kind of give the impression that it's like scroll writing. Really, probably should have drawn it horizontally, but that would probably be even more trouble. Oddly enough, I was trying to make this design relatively simple, and then it came out with all this doodads. I guess that's how it's destined to end up when you're dealing with a mythic creature. You just can't leave them too simple.
Stream Elements says, "Good evening, mortal humans. Make sure you subscribe to Dicebag and say hello."
Thank you, Geronimo. Okay, that didn't take so long. Thank God. Voila! Man for comparison. He's a big guy. Alright. I think we're gonna have to start winding it down now that this guy's done. But first, let's save. Let's see.
Patty's Parlor says, "I might have to check out Friends.
Oh,
I
hell.
got a long day tomorrow. Got a guest spot on a show for Immortal Rising, then my show, and I'm really hoping to do a game stream at night." Patty's Parlor
Rumble
says,
chat has been
"I
behind.
might have to check out Friends. I got a long day tomorrow. Got a guest spot on a show for Immortal Rising, then my show, and I'm really hoping to do a game stream at night." Kohate says,
Okay. The Rumble chat was asleep there for a second, so none of the chats were coming through. Let's see. We probably can raid somebody over on Rumble. Let's see. What's our YouTube viewers looking like? I only got a few. I think we'll probably hold off on that on YouTube and Twitch, but Rumble we got a few. So let's see who's running things over on Rumble. Let's see, my feed, where... Looks like we got Schma going over there. Oh, Rumble Premium only content. Oh, excuse me. Okay, I guess we can't go there. Never mind, I guess we're not gonna be raiding nobody today. Alright then. Let's get the outro music back up. Alright, we got the work of man all finished up. We made some new friends. Good stream, guys, good stream. Oh, thanks for watching, everybody. I'll see you guys later. Bye.
Nissa says, have a good night / day / time zone dice bag. Kohate says, there's nothing good about his time zone LMAO.
What'd you say about my time zone, Kohate? The work of man is coming for ya.